Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's doing good. Let's see if we got anybody coming in. There are 0 viewers. Well, I have time to switch my lighting around. That should be better. Is everybody doing good? 53 people are going to the space on Twitter. That's a good thing. I guess we're just waiting for it to start. So, boy, I tell you, exciting times, eh? We got a big election, the 4-year election tomorrow. So that's all the all buzz. It is snowing outside where I am. I switched hats, took my scarf off, just so I don't look like I'm freezing cold, because I'm really not. What's going on in the market? I better keep an eye on my messages here. Hold on a second, guys, because if anything goes sideways. I need to be in the loop. Hey, somebody's asking in the Telegram, what's the current market cap of PTGC, and where can I track it on a daily basis? Well, let's give him Dex Screener. I'm not being a smart aleck, just answering the question. Can you guys hear me okay? Anybody in here? I know the space, apparently it hasn't started yet. November 4th, 6:30 p.m. I'm on time. You want to know what's weird? I'll tell you what's weird. You're standing in front of people and you don't even know who's watching. That's kind of weird. I mean, it could be anybody. All audio's good. Cool. Thank you, Willett. Well, I'm standing in front of Willett. That's 1 out of 12. 13. I'm just totally kidding around. I've never done a space. I've never done a stream where I did all the talking, because I'm just kind of a naturally kind of quiet and reserved kind of person. Even though, here we go, some comms coming in. New spaces link. I will have to get a new spaces link. He's probably going to drop it in his Twitter. Let's see. Here we go. So, oh yeah, he dropped it in he's going to drop it in the Telegram, I bet. Let me get this. Oh, how do I do this? Give me a second, guys. Repost it. New spaces link. Let me make that clear. Okay. Now I'm going to go home to my home and pick up that link. Hopefully it all works well. Guys, on YouTube, I would really appreciate it if you would subscribe if you're not, because I'm like 25 subscribers away from 1,000. And that would be a super milestone. I would love that. Yeah.
Freaking out, possibly. Maybe. Yeah, sometimes I have that issue with the preset ones when we do the pre-planned. I'll go to start it, and then it just leaves me in the space by myself, and no one ever comes in, and it doesn't go live. I don't know why, but
That's weird. Maybe the elitist trying to attack X or Twitter. I don't know. It's fun.
trying to slow down the gains of PTGC.
Yeah, no, it's unstoppable.
What a beautiful concept. What a beautiful concept.
PTGC and UFO are unstoppable. Just saying. We don't even need the network. We need the network to ride on, but other than that, we seem to be doing quite well.
Well, that's the thing. The network hasn't even started.
Yeah. Oh, we all giggle with joy.
It's just like, guys, especially if you've been watching my streams, talking about this on a daily basis for the last freaking year. It's like, what do you think is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? Come on.
Fireworks, ballistics, rockets going off.
Like PTGC, PulseChain did 5 to 6x. PTGC did a 40x on top of it. What a concept! Like, is there anything else? Do I need to explain to people?
You can explain how history repeats, and if it doesn't repeat, it certainly rhymes.
Oh yeah, it's exactly. And I actually going over in my group this morning. I was just like, all right, guys, look at Bitcoin in 2000 or 2012. Then what did it do next? What happened in 2016? Okay, next 4 years. Oh, it basically is the same exact thing. So what a concept. What do you think the crypto market's going to do in a whole? Oh, okay. Once you start understanding what liquidities do and everything, they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been chatting with some of the people I've onboarded to crypto, and it's been a long journey. You know, I onboarded them basically just after the top. And when I talk about crypto to them, I just get this glazed over look, like they're not even buying it anymore. Like, you're going to be buying it. You're going to be wishing you were DCAing this whole time, like so many of us, you know, and I totally get it. It wasn't their discovery.
Well, it's kind of funny, like once I started talking about crypto and the measures to the no coiners, they're just like, what the heck? What are you talking about, coach? Well, they used my name, but it's crazy. It's kind of funny.
Yep. So did you watch that PDI paganing video that was getting batted around today?
Yeah, I watched it, but some of the things that he I got to be not really a part of it, of like how it was built out, but got to put some input into the conversation there. So.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, that was a doozy. I watched it twice, and I'm going to watch it with my wife just so she can kind of, because there were a couple little things in there that I thought would be good for somebody that's been hearing a lot about the paganing and Richard Hart and PulseChain. But there's a few other things in there that would just kind of validate what the husband has been telling the wife all of these months.
And yeah, I actually have something, coach, and I was gonna even possibly reach out to them to see what their thoughts would be on this, but maybe you should just reach out to them since you talk to them all the time. In the video, they made it like a point to talk about how the collateralization is possible after a 2x on PulseChain. So like by us just getting the stack rate. But personally, if the collateralization of PDI is RH and he does plan on doing this, I do not see it happening at a 2x of PulseChain. I see it happening a little bit further down the line of the bull run, because if you think about it, if he waits, let's say for a 20x, he would only need to use 5% of his OA bag to collateralize PDI, and then there will be a lot more value actually bridged into PulseChain at that time to support actually bringing the rest of the ecosystem up that fast. Because if you bring up PDI overnight, obviously there will be a constant like shift of value, because a lot of the people will then take, you know, let's say you had 1 million PDI and it pegs overnight. Well, most people would be like, oh, half of this. We still only have so much value in the bridge, right? Just because he revalues the system, there is only so much liquidity there to extract. So personally, I think it would be a better play, and I would believe this would be RH's play, to wait for PulseChain to actually do, let's say, a 20x, because that would also 20x PDI at the same time. Let's say PDI does a 4x on top of that 20x, or 5x. Well, now PDI would be 100x up. So then RH wouldn't be pegging it from where it is today to a 300x from now. It would be more like a 3x. You know, so it wouldn't be so drastic of a change, which would make people not run as hard to the bank to cash out what they can. And the other side of it, there would be a lot more bridged in value to the ecosystem to absorb that. And that's just my opinion on it. They probably have ran these scenarios, but personally, I would think that if it is to get collateralized by RH, he'll do it further down the line of the bull run, where he only needs to use a portion of his OA funds, and there's more value in the bridge, etc., to do so. Have you guys kind of talked about that scenario at all, Coach?
Sorry, I got the two boys in the car, but yeah, that's what I'm my in terms of my theory of everything being possible is that exact kind of outcome of like not even internally like PDI or PulseChain, but ultimately the crypto space as a whole, like Bitcoin going to what? $120,000, and then Ethereum going to, I don't know, hypothetically, my numbers are between 16,000 to 25K. And that's being like very careful on those analytics. So that's possibly going to be happening in 8 months to a year. Some people say that 2016 is going to be the end of the bull market or something. So essentially, we don't really know exactly when it's going to be, but that is fundamentally when you're trying to collateralize a stable coin by crypto. That's what ultimately the way to do it.
Yeah, I would just think if he's doing it with his assets, it would make more sense to wait until those assets appreciate a little bit more. Then he wouldn't need to use the whole OA. And on top of that, there'd be more value in our ecosystem to absorb that situation.
Yeah. And then it's just, that's when the real fun begins.
Yeah, trust me, like I'm more than anyone would love to see PDI peg overnight in a matter of a couple months. I just like being realistic. But yeah, if it did, could you imagine the shockwave that would send through our web of our liquidity web? Like if you think about it, we have just with UFO $1 million of LP with PDI. So that would turn that pretty much into $300 million of liquidity in a night. Well, then obviously the UFO in that pair would be overvalued by $3 million compared to the rest of the RH ecosystem. Obviously, the RH ecosystem would rise in the same situation because whatever is bonded with PDI would rise, but then every pair connected not to PDI would have to get fixed. So then all the market makers would have to go and fix every other pair that's not bonded to PDI, creating tons of arbitrage. The amount of volume and volatility that would flow through our ecosystem would be unreal. So of course, like if that was true, if it does knowing how like RH kind of acts, he's a very patient person, and I would think he would be a little bit more patient and wait for PulseChain to gain in value a little bit. If he doesn't, if he wants to peg it right away, that's like the most bullish thing for our ecosystem I could ever imagine.
Well, imagine how many green or hockey sticks. He's like, I told you guys, didn't I tell you? Just I like making hockey sticks. I just want one big hockey stick.
But yeah, everything connected to it would go up. Obviously, PulseChain's connected to it, so anything connected to PulseChain would also get some sort of a ripple of that event. So it would pretty much be green. But the most interesting part is the market making that would have to happen in that situation would be absolutely insane. And our whole ecosystem is built on the idea of charging market making. Like that's the whole system we have here. Today is actually a great example of how strong that system is. And I'm sure we'll go over that in a second. But the amount of value that would actually print for our ecosystem would be unreal. Like market making of a 300x of fixing prices. For an example, today, PDI went up 15%. So, not even close to a 2x. Hex went down, I think, like 8%. And UFO alone today got $130,000 of volume from our web, all from arbitrage bots.
What a concept. What a concept.
That's only a 15% difference in price move, and we got $130,000 of volume from our system. The number that would have to take place if there was even a 10x, we're talking about a 300x flip overnight. Even if a 10x happened overnight, the amount of market making that would have to take place in our system would be unreal.
Well, it just shows, like, in terms of like what PHEX did, went up 336 or 411 or something like that in the matter of like 2 weeks, and PTGC and UFO capitalized on on that volatility coming into play. And if people that actually was watching like more referencing the PHEX pool and on both UFO and PTGC, it's like when I say like these guys are like another part of the dog sled team that's just pushing up, and at the same time, what we always talk about, the market makers, I feel like we just talk about this like on nonstop, like repeat, but sometimes you just got to repeat to everybody to actually understand the concept in hand. So it's just like, what do you think is going to happen if PHEX goes to 55 cents in that liquidity pool? Like, how many times do I need to like shout at the top of my like lungs on being silly on my streams or on these spaces? It's just like, who's going to have a better floor price than PTGC or UFO? Nobody. Absolutely nobody will have a better performing project, probably on any kind of chain ever created. So, but hey, coach, we want humble coach. We want humble panda coach. But sometimes in life, sometimes you can't be humble because that's the reality of the truth. So it's just like, it's also another thing. It's just like, if you don't understand crypto, if you don't understand the dynamics of markets moving up and down, if you don't understand the 4-year cycle, if you don't understand bear markets and bull markets, then it's just like you can get pivoted away of like looking at maybe like things and like the whole realm of crypto is just like, oh, let's learn about this. It's just like nothing is better than PTGC and UFO. At the end of the day, hands down, And the cool thing is, it's like, I'm still going to keep on yelling. I'm still going to keep on screaming. I'm still going to keep on pumping everybody's bags and and just educating everybody on the concept of like how markets actually work. So it's just like, and then once it happens, guess what PTGC and UFO is going to be doing? Guess what I get to do is I get to start bragging and said, I told you so for the 20th time in a year and a half. And it's just like, then what's going to happen? It's like, if you try to mimic the like web and stuff like that, when PulseChain is already at the very top point of going up 100 or 10,000 or 1,000, whatever, it's in your head that you think PulseChain is going to do, it's just like, it's going to be irrelevant. And we're going to be looking down and everybody's going to be like, oh, hey, PTGC, can you rate on me a little bit? So it's just like, it's going to be cool. But at the end of the day, it's just like, I don't care about like what other people say, you know, I don't care what other people think. And like, if they talk about rumors or stuff like that, I've already been there, done that, you know, I've already dealt with those kind of attacks, and I know how to just know what I hold, which is PTGC and UFO, major, and PDI, and PUSDC, and PUSDC, or T, and PWrap Bitcoin, and PMaker. And it's just like, I was talking about all this stuff before everybody else. And just think about this. And if the same kind of scenario happened in the future, like, what do you think is going to happen to said PTGC or UFO or anything I like to buy? What a concept. Mic drop. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest, Aiden. Or fuck. So your name. PTGC, but how do I do?
That was good. I kind of made a tweet about it today. I don't know if you want to pull that up, Prairie, on your end through the Gray 369.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
It had a lot to do with what Coach was just talking about.
Yeah. Was that the one 6 hours ago? UFO having the $120,000 in volume?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just read it. UFO has a $120,000 in volume from market making today. The UFO utility today has brought in $7,200 in value at the bottom of PulseChain. If Pulse 10x's, that'll be $72,000. If Pulse 50x's, that will be $360,000 of value being brought in, and LP being around $300 million. Look at the LP of WETH. We will be with the largest of tokens with a utility that brings the value back to itself. This is unique to our system, and with any success of Pulse, it will equal large success to UFO. Buy and burns and holding APY built into the code. This might be the token everyone has been waiting for. And then you inserted an image of the WETH pairs. And what was the purpose of I don't quite understand the WETH illustration there. Perhaps you can explain that.
I was just showing the size of, obviously the first pairs listed are the larger pairs of WETH. Usually they'll list the largest pairs first, or some of the largest or more active pairs first. And you can see the size of those.
They're huge. They're 30 million, 137 million, 115 million.
And those pairs constantly get arbitraged. They're on ETH, obviously, but you know, there's value constantly getting moved through those pairs. Coach was just talking about a reevaluation of Pulse. Like, everyone I think here on Pulse does believe in the reevaluation of Pulse. If that reevaluation is only to, you know, RH's ecosystem, or if that revaluation comes from association with PDI. Obviously, for PDI to get to $1, it's like a 300x away. But in my example, I first started with today. Obviously, today we've gained $7,200 in value. That's the amount of value that UFO has brought in just today off of its system. If PulseChain 10x's, that's $72,000 brought in within one day. And that's going to the holders, that's going to LP, that's going to LP providers, that's going to buy and burns of both PTGC and UFO. But then the next line was a 50x. Obviously, the PDI pegging, that's at 300x. So I'm even sucking that number back times 6, right? I'm just saying a 50x. I think a lot of people here believe PulseChain could do a 50x. I think a lot of people believe it can do a lot more. I think it's a pretty modest example. So just with a 50x, we would be bringing in, I forget the number now, over $300,000 a day in value. That's how much this machine will actually gain in value a day off of the fees that it's charging to arbitrage, market making bots and arbitration. So how are we able to generate that much money? Well, then it's as simple. You 50 times the liquidity we have today, that would put our liquidity at roughly $300,000. So if you think about it, 50x are our largest pairs right now. One of our largest pairs is with PDI. If you 50x that, that would be $50 million. Well, who does that compare us to in the market? Who else has large pairings like that?
We've. Yep.
What would we have with PLS? Roughly $50 million in liquidity. What would we have with PTGC? Roughly 50,000. You know, Hex, we would have like 40,000. Or sorry, 40 million. I'm messing up my numbers here. We would be literally aligned with the biggest projects in crypto. And we have a system that actually generates value off of our liquidity and adds it to the underlying value of the protocol. There's just no other project I know of that has actually done this system. And that's what I was showing there. And Coach was literally just talking about that. He was even saying larger numbers than 50x. I think some people do believe PulseChain could do larger numbers than a 50x. You know, let's say it does 100x, and then in the bear market comes down. You know, if it drops 50%, then it would land at a 50x. Let's say it drops 80%. Well, then it would be a 20x from here. If you still run these numbers at a 20x, they're still really bullish. And that would happen all throughout the bear market. Obviously, you're not at the complete bottom all throughout the bear market. You're only there for a certain percentage of it. It's really interesting when you start expanding these numbers out and you see like obviously a volume day like today. You know, all we need is little shifts in the market. Today, PDI went up 10%, 15%. Hex moved down, I think like 5%. And that shift in the market is what triggers the system. And, you know, today is a good example. And obviously our ecosystem thrived in this environment. And we know that this environment is just a glimpse of what it actually will be in the future. We're still at the bottom of PulseChain.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. Well, like you were talking about Pulse doing X's, and I brought the viewers on YouTube back to my calculator that I built after Graphics' stream about what.
Yeah, well, you can be a part of it or not, because I ultimately, at the end of the
Coach.
day, what?
Can you hear Banana?
No, I'll leave.
Come back.
Yeah, come back. But the calculator that I built that I think I've explained it one time on stream, but you basically can input some values like Pulse doing 100x. And then we know that PTGC has moved against Pulse for 12 months now, and at least an average of 2x against Pulse per month. And if it continued to do that for 12 months, and if Pulse did a 100x at the end of that 12-month period, I hesitate to even say where PTGC would be. It would be less than $1, but it would be between a penny and $1. It'd be 31. If it did that, it'd be 31 cents. All right. It'd be 31 cents. Can you imagine a 31-cent PTGC? Everybody that holds PTGC that put in more than $100 is going to be very, very happy.
Yeah. And, the thing I love about that is the system is actually designed to where those people who, let's say, do write it up a bunch of X's, we'll assume a good chunk of them will take profits near the top of a bull market. But even if they don't pull the profits of everything, there's a system that's actually there that's designed to keep giving the protocol value and making tokens in their wallet increase while the daily circulating supply decreases with every single transaction.
Mm-hmm. And for PTGC, this is what is really shocking to me. Like if you told me that PTGC was going to go to 30 cents in a year, I would expect to see like multiples of percentage moves on Dex Screener every day. But it's really not. It doesn't take that much of a move every day. It would take an average of about 2.2% move per day to get to 31 cents. And we're in crypto, and we know that's possible. You can move 102, 300% in a day. I've seen it.
Yeah, I feel like most of the move doesn't come, right now either. It comes in the last few months of the bull market, right? Like it's a pretty slow growth until you do hit that hype cycle of the bull market. If you're here last cycle, Banana, I'm sure you can remember it's when everyone is talking about crypto.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I remember being in the auto parts store picking up like brake parts. And literally the guy at AutoZone is telling me about crypto, right?
Yes.
And he has no idea who he's talking to, like one of the most obsessed people about crypto in general. I'm just nodding at him. And he's trying to tell me about Shiba Inu, right?
Yeah. That's when you need to start exiting, really. When there's that euphoria and everybody's talking about it, you jump in, like you said, going into the parts store, you jump in the taxi and the cab driver's talking about crypto. That's when you need to start thinking about, everybody's getting in on this thing. Maybe they need to be my exit liquidity.
What's up, B-Roots? How are you doing?
He might be tied up.
Yeah.
He might be listening just to be polite, to do his part, Hey, did you notice? I'm sure you did. The gentleman who, I don't know who it was, but he dumped, I think somebody said in the chat, like 1 million hex today. And he gave us quite a bit of, network volume too, along the way.
Yeah, that's the thing is with our system, it doesn't we obviously prefer it in the upwards direction. Like instead of someone dumping, however much that was, I forget what you just said. Instead of dumping it, imagine a buy of that. And that's what we believe is coming to not only our ecosystem, but to the ecosystems that we're connected to. But just from that dump of hex, that shockwave goes through our system. It has to fix our prices, and then we gain value from it. And that value goes to literally buying up our supply, sending it to a debt address, creating an investor that's never going to sell, sending tokens that have to be bought out of our liquidity pools to all of our users. So just by holding, Banana now increased his holdings of the protocol. And it's not from more tokens getting created. It's from existing tokens that have already been created that literally have to be bought out of our liquidity pools and sent to Banana.
Right. Let me ask you this. So that guy, he sold hex in batches, and it wasn't even, if I remember right, it wasn't even like even batches, but I think he did like, I don't know, 4 to 7 different swaps. Is there any bearing on how much yield comes to us if whether he does, 5 batches or 1? Like if he does 5 swaps over, and he does it like every 10 minutes, and I'm thinking the bots are working in the background, they got to fix that transaction through all the pairs. Or if he does 1 transaction, does it affect the yield that we earn either way?
Well, it's going to have to fix the prices either way. I'm sure, one is possibly better than the other, but either way, if he does it in batches, and let's say he does a small batch and a few bots fix it, right? And then he does a small batch and then a few bots fix it. And then he does a small batch and then a few bots fix it. He's technically getting himself a better price, right? Because in a way, he's selling into multiple liquidity pools because he's selling and then letting the market makers fix the liquidity pool that he's selling into, and then he sells again. He could either do that, or he could then manually go sell into other liquidity pools, or he could just, there's a auto swap function even built into PulseX where it will auto route it through multiple pairs to where you don't necessarily need to like dump. But there isn't only the idea of market makers fixing the price for him. There also can be buyers. Like if he sold a big amount and put a 3% dip on the chart, like there is probably some users that are like, ooh, I'm going to buy this dip. And then they buy it back up a little bit, and then he sells into it again. And then there's users that buy into it a little bit. So it really just depends in each unique circumstance. Even with market makers, like when let's say a $20,000 sell came in today compared to a $20,000 sell 2 weeks from now, the exact scenario will never be the same. It's not going to be the same price. It's not going to be the same liquidity. And then all the connected liquidity pairs are not going to be the same price as well. Like if you look at every single liquidity pair that's connected to something, they're all a little off. You know what I mean? They're not the exact same number. They're all tweaked in different directions until they can actually become a profitable transaction to fix. You can especially see this with our ecosystem because the threshold that it has to meet is still large. So you can see the difference in pricings, and it's going to move from, whatever is going to make that market maker the most money usually.
Okay.
That's what they're designed to do. Of course, they're going to go through the pair routing, or I won't say of course, because they're looking for these opportunities. I'm sure there is a way for it to miss certain pairs if they're not coded into the system. But what they're designed to do is find the best profitable route for them because they're designed to make themselves money.
Yep. I wanted to encourage everybody to go to Morales.com and rate PTGC and UFO. And it can take a little bit of work for you to get the number of beans that you need to make a rating. And there's been a couple of guys reached out to me in the Telegram, and one was having trouble claiming beans or something like that. And then the other one was uncertain whether he rated or not. When you make a rating on this Morales.com website, it's not going to tell you, it's not going to give you any kind of confirmation that you rated this token PTGC. It's not, and you're not going to have an opportunity to make any comments. You just click on, you give PTGC, of course, a 5-star, and then you'll be done. But you have to have a certain number of beans in order to rate any token on here. And you can only, I think you need 3,000 beans, and you can claim 500 beans every 24 hours. So there is a barrier to being able to rate tokens on here. But may I encourage you to work through it. I did, and I was able to rate PTGC and UFO. 11 people have rated the Grays currency so far.
To add to that, Dex Screener and Dex Tools, there is no waiting. You just have to make an account and you can vote with no waiting process, and it doesn't cost you anything as well.
Okay. Yep. Those are important too. Dex Screener and Dex Tools. And UFO, see, PTGC has 11 ratings. UFO has 6. So if you're not a guy that likes to be in the limelight and you don't have much of it, let's say this is something easy for you to do that you enjoy doing, then do it. Morales.com. And of course, Dex Screener and Dex Tools also.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. If anyone in the audience does want to come up, feel free to request to speak. If you have any questions about the protocol, any questions about the activity today, we're happy to talk about it. Do you have any questions on your YouTube at all, Banana, that we need to go through?
Ooh, let me check. Nope, just Snowflake Society saying no one has this thick of liquidity, not even one project that was sacrificed for. Ooh. That's a good point, Snowflake. Well, what about Pulse? PulseX, those are sacrificed. But those would be Richard Hart flagship projects. So those are kind of in a league themselves.
Yeah, and it's still growing, and that's the interesting thing to think about is it's written in the code to pretty much add to the LPs with every single transaction. Even with PTGC, an automatic LP add to the specific PLS pair happens with every transaction, but then a lot of people don't even realize that buy and burns are in a form an LP add, because the PLS within that buy and burn is getting injected into the protocol. So that PLS is going into the liquidity pool, and then it gets divided up, obviously, amongst all the other liquidity pools if it hits that threshold. But in particular, it goes into the liquidity pool, and then those tokens are removed to never access that liquidity again. Right. So, those buy and burns, obviously, with UFO today, there was, what would that be? $2,400 in buy and burns just with UFO today, written in the code, and with PTGC, what would that be? Probably around $600. And this isn't even including the DAO or anything. This is just the automatic functions.
That'd be cool if we could see, locked liquidity on Dex Screener. If we could see what the liquidity was and then it was locked.
I think Dex Screener does show locked liquidity. The problem is our liquidity is burnt, and there's a little bit of a difference. It's pretty much the same function. When people lock liquidity, they use a lot of things like Unicrypt. Unicrypt actually has a form of a partnership, I think, with Dex Tools. So they'll show the little Unicrypt icon next to, I believe, some part of, I don't know where off the top of my head, but it will show you. And what locked liquidity is with Unicrypt is you can actually lock a portion of your liquidity for a portion of time. So you can promise this liquidity to the ecosystem for a month, a year. Some people will even lock it for 100 years. And that's in terms of burn, because this person's probably not going to be alive in 100 years unless he passes his seeds down a generation or two. But, in our system, we burn our liquidity pretty much saying that it's locked. It's never coming out. It's not a month. It's not a year like a lot of these other projects do. Right. What that means to me is they don't know if their project's going to be successful in a month or a year. So they're not willing to risk it. They're like, I'm going to lock this liquidity now, but if the project's not a success, then I just get my money back. With our system, if you added up all our liquidity to date, we have millions, of liquidity probably burned into the system. And I think that really shows how Viking strategy or style this is. You know, we're going to shore and we're burning our boats behind us. So our only route is through. We can't go back.
It's the Viking style of adding liquidity. I like it.
Or just approach on a project, right? If you don't give yourself an exit backwards, the only way you can go is forwards.
Yep. That's right.
I think it's good to put yourself in situations like that, because if you give yourself an out, this is most people, they usually take it. But if you don't give yourself an out and you only let yourself push forward for success, or even not even just success, just not a loss, you know what I mean, in this example, then people tend to push forward even harder.
Right. Well, to explain your burning the boats illustration, there may be people listening that don't know the story behind that. I think it was a Spaniard or a Spanish expedition to North America, and the leader, once they landed on North America, some of the men wanted to turn back, and the captain, the leader, whoever it was, he's like, "We're not turning back. We're going to move forward and we're going to accomplish our mission." So he burned the boats and forced everybody to stay and finish the mission, whatever it was. And we use that term in business of burning the boats, almost like quitting your job so you could do this other thing. And it just, because you quit your job, it forced you to be creative to go make this other thing work for you. And in this case, burning liquidity and not having any exit liquidity or liquidity to go back on, to salvage from a project that failed, but when that liquidity is burnt, there's no going back. The project must succeed at that point.
Yep. Remember the mission. It's funny how often they come back to that saying a year and a half later or a year later.
Yeah.
But yeah, what else do you want to go through? I don't even know if our main Twitter had any tweets in the last couple days.
Let's have a
look.
look.
There might not be anything to go through there. I think I made a few, but they're pretty much on that topic that we're just kind of tapping into the fact that, obviously our liquidity, and Snowflake brought this up, we have what I believe and what he believes the largest on chain, and it's a non-sacrifice project. These funds were literally put up by the community and burned, but and not sacrifice like singular people's funds. It's not a large mass, like just a few. And we have probably non-RH tokens. I would say the biggest amount of liquidity on chain, I would think. This isn't a fact, but that's something to be proud of. That's, an accomplishment not only for us, but then our whole entire community, because that liquidity is for everyone. And that liquidity is what functions our machine. So.
And we mostly talk about PTGC liquidity, but there's also UFO. And there was a tweet from November 3rd, Sunday, yesterday. It's this thought experiment. If PulseChain does a 50x and UFO does a 2x against PulseChain, that's very modest. That could be roughly 100x, not only to the price, but also 75x to the LP web. Wow. UFO would have $450 million in LP. And on a 75x in the LP web would put us at $500 million in LP. That's staggering.
Yeah, when you look at a day like today with UFO that had $130,000 in volume, majority of that volume was from market making, from our system that we've put in play. and you multiply that by, in this example, 75x, where does that put us? And the reason we're able to multiply this is because everything that and I'm just saying this for everyone, I know you know this, I'm just talking to everyone. A lot of the build out of this protocol for anyone listening is we created a system that isn't dependent on human interaction, because human interaction varies on a daily basis and humans' emotions vary on a daily basis. So when we create systems, we kind of look at how the world is going. Why are businesses going to machines and robots? Why is AI becoming so relevant? Because machines tend to not be flawed and they tend to not work off emotion. They just function day in and day out. So if we can integrate this with contracts, they make it so the contracts run day in, day out, just off of the mechanics that are there. And that's what's built into the system. So with UFO today, the mechanics that's behind it pretty much generated, I would say, and I study this stuff, $120,000 in volume. So $120,000 in volume from our machine at this price of PulseChain. If you multiply that with the liquidity times 75, that would be $9 million in volume. Well, we have a fee to all this volume. So if you times that by 0.06, times 0.06, that would be $540,000 in value gained from our machine in 24 hours. Look at any legitimate business out there. How much value do you think they're gaining on a daily basis? Now think of their overhead. Think of their expenses to create that value. For a business to create $540,000 of value today, to give back to the community, there would be a lot of overhead costs that have to be incurred.
Agreed. So with $540,000, could you take if you knew what your position was, I think you could back out what your reflections would be pretty easily, right?
To an extent. So like if you're a holder, you would have to separate your holdings by the other tokens that are being held, because the tokens that are in LP would not be getting the reflections, if that makes sense. So you'd have to know what part of the supply is actually in holders' hands. With UFO, a lot more of the supply is in liquidity because the farm encourages adding liquidity. With PTGC, the staking encourages holding, just kind of like single-sided staking or a form of that. You just hold it and you earn APY. So for UFO, let's say 75% of the supply is in holders' hands and 25% of the supply is still in liquidity. You can see what portion of that supply you have and then work the math backwards. That makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, it makes sense.
But yeah, so 1% of that, or go back to 9 million, and then times 0.01, because 1% of 1% of the volume on a daily basis goes to reflections, right?
Yeah.
So that would be $90,000 a day going out in reflections to the holders. That would also be $90,000 a day of buy and burns directly on UFO itself, and $90,000 of buy and burns directly on PTGC.
Bingo.
And that doesn't include what PTGC is doing on its own as well.
Yeah. Our record.
Obviously that's with, PulseChain doing the X's and then us staying 1-to-1 with PulseChain when it's doing those X's. So in these scenarios, they do have to line out to these experimental, like forward-looking ideas that we're kind of speculating on. But the interesting thing to even think about is a 75x on PulseChain our system has actually been known to outperform PulseChain due to it being a store of value, due to the buy and burn written in the code. So there's actually things written behind the system that usually push us further, especially due to reflexivity, because whatever X's happen to PulseChain due to bonded liquidity, we get those same X's. We move up and down together. But if any of that value, when PulseChain moves up, trickles down to us, so like when new users come in, you know, the first thing they're going to have to get is PulseChain. This is obvious. They need it even to transact, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when people land on a brand new chain or a new chain to them, a lot of them won't just sit there and only hold the gas token. Their first move is they're going to look at what blue chips are around them, what altcoins they can speculate on and make additional gains. They might be even heading over to that chain for a specific altcoin in general. So if we could even get a portion of the money flowing into PulseChain to come to our store of value, to our ecosystem, we're not only getting the X's from the ecosystem going up itself, but then we have the reflexivity of the value moving from PLS to us. So we actually get to double dip on that value that entered into the system. We get it from moving up PulseChain, and we get it from that value trickling down to our unique product itself built on top of PulseChain.
Right. So if there was $90,000 of value going to, you know, in reflections going to the holders of UFO, then then a short position would earn $90, sounds like, in reflections for that day.
If 100% of the supply, which is impossible, was in holders' hands, yes. Obviously, 100% of the supply couldn't be in holders' hands because there's always going to be tokens in LP.
Yep.
But let's say it gets very minimal, like how PTGC is. Obviously, PTGC has very minimum tokens in liquidity because there's a lot of desire for that token. I look at it just like when we're in COVID and everyone wanted toilet paper, right? So the liquidity pool is almost like the shelf at the store. If there is demand for that product, people are going to buy the supply off the shelf. Well, this is the same thing with the liquidity pool. If there's demand for that token, people are going to buy it out of the liquidity pool. Well, what happens first? You know, obviously the tokens are cheap at first, and then they get more expensive as time goes up. This is like almost the same with the toilet paper aisle. The first things that get bought are the toilet paper that everyone wants, the cheap toilet paper. But then what's left? The expensive brands that no one wants. Well, at a certain point, if you need toilet paper, if you need this product, simple supply and demand, they're going to buy whatever's left at whatever price the V2 market maker sets it, because there is only so many left. And the funny thing about our unique system is there doesn't even need to be a user that wants that toilet paper. Our code will literally buy those last rolls.
Right.
The arbitrage bots don't care. You know, with every single transaction, there's a fee. So like, for an example, I forget the numbers we're saying right now, but if there's $100,000 of volume, $6,000 of that is going to our ecosystem. Well, that value has to come from an outside place. So it comes from those market makers fixing the price. The unique thing is 6% of it stays in our system.
Right.
And is used, obviously, buy and burn, you know, rewarding our holders, etc.
Is there a way to see how much UFO is in LP versus being just held in wallets without going through the website and looking at the individual pools?
Yeah, obviously anyone could build like a graph that shows it, just like how we have a stats page for PTGC that shows this. But we don't have something like that made currently for UFO. It actually would be cool if someone eventually built something like that, or we could build it. But how I would do it just quickly, I could probably figure it out within a few minutes, is just going through at least the top liquidity pairs. You know, you can see this in the holders on PulseChain. You can see what are the LP pools and what are legit holders. The LP pools like have a smart contract. You can see the paper next to it. You could probably even pull that up if you want. But I would just kind of go through the top ones and see how much of the supply is in there. It actually says percentages next to it. Like you can look at like actual holders, and then you can look at how much smart contracts hold, and the smart contracts are LP pools. LP pools are technically a smart contract. So just add up all those percentages real quick and you could get a quick number.
Okay. Yeah, I just went to the DApp and I went through all the different pools, UFO, PTGC, UFO, and Hex, and added it all up. I added all the UFO that was in it, LP, and I came up with 252 billion UFO. Was that a legit way of doing it too?
No, that sounds pretty legit too. So that would be like 25%, right?
Yep.
252. Wow, I think I guessed 25%.
Okay. Well, good job.
Yeah, good.
I had never even thought about how much is in LP versus how much is held in wallets. So
yeah, see, that's like an interesting thought, right? So the more people that are LPing, and if you're a holder, you're going to get the more portion of that 1%, right?
Yeah.
So as a holder, you're like kind of like, hey guys, like keep LPing for two reasons. One, because you don't have to share with them now. And two, now they're putting their value to work for you even more. Because as a holder, your value is only working for you for what you put into the ecosystem when buying that UFO. Like that PLS is now working for the system. That value is put to work. But then if this user tends to go a step further and add LP, they're kind of like double helping the system. They have the value that they entered in with, and then they have the value that they're pairing with in the system and now earning more value off by charging the arbitrage bots. So you kind of like are double helping the system. But, you know, impermanent loss is a thing. Also, people can keep providing LP. So the UFO shares rate, if people just keep buying UFO and then re-adding, that number could actually keep going up. It becomes more and more expensive to get UFO shares. As people keep buying that same UFO out of the pools and re-adding and adding the pools, this is what jacks the price up really, really high. This could send UFO to crazy numbers. But with the UFO that you hold, UFO is a cap supply. Mm-hmm. So there is only so much UFO that could actually, you could compete against, right? And that number decreases with every single transaction. Every single buy and sell, there is less UFO. Also, with every single buy and sell, there is more UFO in your wallet. So you're constantly getting more of something that's constantly decreasing.
Yep.
What a concept.
I just brought someone up, but I think he dropped down. I think it was Blackthorn.
Blackthorn, you're a speaker.
No, I think he disappeared. I don't know where he went.
I see him.
Oh. Disappeared on my end for some reason. Is there anything you kind of want to add to that, Coach, that maybe I skimmed over, didn't explain too well?
Oh, you did a good job. I liked it. Well, it's just like, it's just like the true blue. Then another thing I just wanted to point out is just like, once you do become a part of the community, then start like another like means is to be aligned with the community, tweeting and commenting on X and liking and retweeting. Like people really just don't underestimate the power of like just like community in terms of just working for your bags. You know, it's just like like RH is like always said, like, I don't work for you. Blah 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 blah. Then basically all the influencers of Hex came adopted. It's just like, wait until those type of things instead of just me on a daily basis being drinking my cup of coffee and looking at the markets and talking about the means of what I believe that crypto is all about and what PTGC and UFO and PulseChain and P-Hex and E-Hex and the whole value of money to actually get the mass adoption over here to PulseChain at the end of the day. So it's just like, once you buy it, your job is not done. But at the same time, not everybody's going to be doing that. And this is, at the end of the day, it showcases who are the people that are here for the best reasons possible. Like talking about like the Vikings sending off the ships. Like literally we set the LPs, send it to the dead wallet, and it was on fire. It was burning. So it's like, no, there's no going back. But at the end of the day, it's just like, look at us now. Look at a year now. We've already went up one cycle, went down. Actually, we went up one cycle, went down. Went up another cycle, went down. And I'm going to mute myself and deal with my little guys.
Yeah, those are like microcycles within the main cycle. It's funny that Coach is bringing that up because I recently was watching this video of RH and I forget the context of why it was brought up, but it was something like they're talking about getting streamers to talk about Hex, and RH was actually standing there in a room with a lot of the Hexicans, and there was people obviously in that room that became YouTubers specifically working for their bags of Hex. And he like literally pointed that out right now, like, or not right now, in that video. He's just like, actually what you're talking specifically made to do that because he wanted to work and obviously help grow the ecosystem like we all are doing here, just like Bananas, hosting this on YouTube. We're all working towards the goal of educating more people. And, Coach RH brought that up, that these specific people literally became YouTubers specifically because of Hex. And I was like, oh yeah, like Coach specifically became a YouTuber because of PTGC to a certain extent. He probably had like other, he also.
Yeah, 100%. And it's just like, if, like you were saying, like if you have something passionate, if you really believe in the system, if you really believe in the people around said like mission or said business or said startup or said crypto project, it's just like, at the end of the day, it's just like we're looking at one another and it's like we're looking at, hey, I got your back. Hey, I got your back. You got my back? Okay, I like how you had my actually, hold on. But it's just like it just creates a means and measure of like, if you do the hard work now, what do you think is going to be happening for your future? I was talking about this in my alliance group this morning, and it's like, if you don't have a goal, if you don't write these goals down, if you don't write of what like tokens that you buy in crypto, like what's your game plan? So is your game plan a day, 2 days, 6 months, a year, 5 years, 10 years? and kind of like stick to those positions. But if you actually ultimately don't make those goals and don't make those sacrifices and go day after day after day with tireless nights and those kind of things, and basically putting your like a lot of value to the cause, it's just like, yeah, of course I'm going to be like doing that. And then of course, like with B Roots and Mando always giving alpha in the chat, Ian always giving good shout outs and being here from basically the beginning, and then ultimately like crypto kindness and more. It's like it's going to get to the place where it's going to become, what's the word? I'm thinking about a word, Zen. What am I thinking about?
Ubiquitous?
No, like if you catch something, what am I trying to say?
Apparent?
I don't know. Or what is it? I'll think of the word. Let me come back. But, yeah.
Infectious?
No, I'm trying to think like
Just listening in, man. Just enjoying the evening. Just kind of praying over this election. That's really what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's funny how that little thing can really change a lot of this bull run. That's my opinion. It's not a little thing. It's actually a huge thing, but it could make a huge difference for everyone in this room.
I don't know, but we'll find out one way or the other. Hey, there may be some new people in here, man. Sometimes it's kind of good to just go back to the beginning and just talk about crypto, right, in general. Maybe just a 2-3 minute soundbite of, why PTGC? Why now? Why on PulseChain? There may be people here that are hexagons or that are new to PulseChain. Anytime B Roots chimes in, a lot of people come in to listen to what's going on. Maybe a good time to just do a tiny little recap on what PTGC is and why PTGC and why right now.
Yeah. So I'll start with why PTGC. I will give 2 reasons. One is a reason that I fell into is I came into crypto as someone who owns businesses outside of crypto. Obviously, when I make money in the business, I want to put that money to work for me. If it's investing in stocks or where I found myself investing in crypto, one of the people that I got introduced to was RH. So a friend of mine said, hey, if you want to get into crypto, you should look at RH, get into actual DeFi. You don't want to keep your tokens on Coinbase. Gave me the whole, the educational thing I'm sure everyone in this room has done for someone at some point. So at one point I was that person, and they educated me on Hex, and then I got into Hex. And then, I have had a position, still have the position in Hex. And I was like, let me look what else is out there as far as a solid investment opportunity. And what I found was there isn't that many solid investment opportunities with legitimate product market fit it's a lot of gambling. And a lot of people in this space are here to gamble, right? They love the speculative plays. They don't care if it lasts a week. They don't care if it lasts a month. They're getting in, they're getting out, they're moving on to the next. I still run these businesses outside, so I'm not here to stare at these charts all day and, trade and do this kind of stuff. I was looking for real investment opportunities. But I did believe that there's a way to create a real investment opportunity that has longevity and sustainability with also the X's written in the code. Like actually having a thing that a community could get behind at the bottom and run that thing, not a 10x, 20x, 30x, 40x, like hundreds, thousands of X's. Like you can still have a legitimate product that has sustainability and growth while also being a long-term project. And I didn't feel anyone actually sitting down and looking at other projects around them, looking at what made them fail, what made them successful, taking the things out, what made them fail, taking the things that made them successful, and really putting them all in on one product. This is kind of the start of PTGC for me. I just started studying tons of things and really grabbing what I thought worked and what didn't. But then, there's just more to the story because RH gave us this very unique situation and opportunity here on PulseChain, where he pretty much gave us a fresh start on a brand new blockchain with cheap fees, super decentralized, and in my opinion, took a lot of the best performing tokens, created them for himself, DEXs, store of value, the blockchain token itself, and gave us a restart on the price. And this was very, very important to me because if you give a strong project a restart on the price, it just makes that project that much stronger, because now we aren't only reliant on the X's that we can do against the blockchain, which we've already done a ton, we're up hundreds of X's legitimately against the blockchain, but you also can count on the help of your team. And now what's your team? Your team is the blockchain that you're actually built on. So the blockchain we're built on is PulseChain, and we can do plenty of X's on the blockchain as well, and those X's directly affect our protocol. And you actually get to multiply the X's of the blockchain by the X's of the protocol itself. Long story short, you still run into a problem, and this is what I consider one of the most unique features of PTGC and why it's so interesting for us, is with every other project out there, you always need a user to buy the token. Even if it's a utility-based protocol, you actually need a user to use the utility. And this is, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, this is usually where the downfall of every project comes to. If they come up with a meme, the energy's there for a week, but eventually it dies out and it goes to not zero, but near zero. Everything goes up and then comes down. This is literally every project, 99.9% of projects. There's so many projects that that come out every day. Well, what's the thing? You need new users, right? You need people to keep buying the protocol. You need the volume. With our unique system, we actually created a way to where the buying and selling actually will never stop. Since we're capitalizing on market making, we actually figured out the one thing that actually stops every product from succeeding is we actually never run out of users. And we use that value that gets moved through our system to constantly increase the value of the token with every single transaction. What does that do? That actually brings the real users, right? So we're taking advantage of the market making that happens on the chain anyways, and that increases the price of our protocol. And since that's increasing our price of our protocol, that's bringing in the actual users, because why wouldn't a user want to be part of something like that? So for me, I was looking for something that this space actually really didn't have. And I just started working towards the goal of actually trying to solve the problem on my own. And then what came about is I was trying to solve the problem for myself, but then I realized I didn't just need to solve the problem for myself. I wanted to solve the problem for a lot of people, because a lot of people are actually getting tricked into traps and scams and stuff like that. So for me to actually solve the problem for myself, I was actually offering the same situation to everyone else at the same time, because I believe what I was looking for was also what a lot of other people were looking for, at least with a portion of their portfolio. And then this community obviously grows, and it becomes a super awesome place where we're all winning together. Our value is not only working for us solely, like as an individual, but working for all of us at the same time together. And obviously we're at like a 40 million market cap at this point. That's a micro cap in the grand scheme of things. We're just at the beginning. I think we have a long ways to go, and this protocol is going to change tons of people's lives in the process.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you got little ones too.
Yeah, he just tripped over some shoes.
So what's the second point?
Yeah, Jesus. I
So,
forget.
so it was why PTGC, right? And then why PulseChain? I think that you answered both of them pretty well. Obviously, PulseChain right now represents a phenomenal blockchain that's massively undervalued. And, you know, if PulseChain revalues to valuations that we think it deserves to be at, even at nominal levels, PTGC is just going to be an absolute beast from liquidity standpoint, from mechanics standpoint, revenue standpoint. You know, it's just going to be a very unique situation. Currently, right now, at a $43.4 million market cap, and it looks to me, and it'd be cool if everybody would chime in, including Prairie and anybody else, but it looks to me, you know, for people who've been here for a while, you know, the protocol goes up, it comes down, and then it finds kind of a new floor, and then it sits there going sideways for a time, and then it goes on to make new all-time highs, and then you have a higher price floor, and then it goes up and makes a new all-time high. And that is indicative of crypto in general, but it's not indicative of crypto in general in the sense that you have to add into the fact that you are on an undervalued chain with these new mechanics that are being attributed to a cryptocurrency that we've never seen before. Right now, at this point, do you feel like we're in another channel that's developing? Basically, you know, kind of we wick down to the 3 zeros and a 1 level. And this is the, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 7th week now of being up in this $40 million range after basically a 10x move from that last floor. If, you know, it almost feels to me like on a PulseChain just in general is just kind of at this very interesting place, right? But maybe we can speak to just how it's unique, where it's at now. You know, if people are looking at, you know, a lot of the times right now, this is kind of like when people start to reshuffle their portfolios, getting ready for the rest of the bull run, maybe cutting the trash off and whatnot. What is your take on the market right now, where PTGC is now, looking back, and, you know, all that kind of not TA stuff, but just the pulse on the protocol?
Yeah, so obviously, or not obviously, our protocol actually thrives off of volume and liquidity on chain. And you can actually see when we consolidate is technically when the chain starts to consolidate. So when the chain actually just sits in a range, right now it's been sitting in a range of, you know, the 0.0005 range, right? Last time it broke out of this range, or the first time it broke out of this range, it went up like 4x. Well, when that happened, volume and liquidity increased on chain, which then pushed PTGC to all-time highs because it isn't reliant on human interaction. It actually gets amplified by human interaction, but all it needs to really start moving is volume and increase of liquidity and value on chain. We see it send to all-time highs. And then there's a consolidation period. Actually, PulseChain pulled back in this moment. Everything pulls back with it. Everything's tied via liquidity. Value leaves chain. This happens, right? But something very unique happened last time this happened. PulseChain literally went up just a fraction. It went from 0.004 to like 0.006 or 7, 0.00067. Well, this small flicker actually sent PTGC to another all-time high. Even though it underperformed the last pump by quite a bit, it still sent PTGC to the kind of the high we're at now currently. And then it's in the consolidation period again, right? So then we're consolidating. The whole blockchain is consolidating. But what's that doing when it consolidates? It's just getting stronger and stronger. With every single transaction, more of the supply is decreasing. For holders that are in the ecosystem, their supply in their wallet is increasing. And all that does is build up a coil. It's like compressing a spring. And then as soon as the blockchain moves up again, we pop. Because that volume increases, the volatility increases. These are all the things that fire our mechanics and increase our value. And then that's new users coming into chain, new users finding this product, us gaining value off of the system, and that pops us to the next level. So what I find interesting is, PulseChain is coiling right now, but in the market, I'll ask you this question, Mando. The next time PulseChain pops, do you think it's going to pop bigger than the last time? Do you think it's going to come down soon, or do you think we're actually going to run into a nice bull market for PulseChain? Because when PulseChain pops, I would be very, very particular about what ships you're in. Because all ships rise with the tide, but most of them sink in the process. You want to make sure you're actually in the projects that people are going to remain in when the blockchain starts to move. Because if the project isn't sustainable, they're just waiting for their project to increase in price before they jump back to the blockchain. And this happens often because users don't really understand the ratio side. They're looking at the dollar amount, what their tokens are worth, and they're not noticing they're still getting the same amount of PLS, but it feels good for them. They're in like a net positive in dollar value, but they're not in a net value of PLS. And you actually have to look at the value of your tokens in the form of PLS, not always the form of dollar value. Because if you traded 10 PLS, let's say at the time $10 for some random token, and then that token goes down and it's now worth $5 now. Well, let's say PLS goes back up and your project's now, this token you got in is now worth $10 again. You're like, ooh, I'm finally break even. I'm getting back to Pulse. Well, it feels like you got your $10 back, but now you only ended up with 5 Pulse, but you really had 10 before because Pulse moved up while you were stuck in this other token. And then what happened to everyone else in that other token? Now that token moved down, the blockchain moves out without it, everyone runs back to the blockchain, the project fails. This is why most ships sink, right? It's just people don't understand that everything's ratio based on chain, and they look at the US dollar, which is like how they work everything in their mind usually. But PTGC has been around for a year, and it's known to outperform every time PulseChain moves up. So every time PulseChain's moved up, it's actually been the opposite. The tokens moved up more. They've gained more value. This past performance is no guarantee of the future, but it's interesting to study it. And that's kind of what I'm seeing, is I see a coiling happen here, not only for PTGC, but a coiling of the blockchain. And how high will it go the next time it pops is the question.
Yeah, it's very interesting because back in June on the 8th, when PulseChain bottomed at 4 zeros and a 4-4, PTGC was at 4 zeros and a 1718. Today, PulseChain is at the same price that it was when it bottomed on July 8th. But PTGC is now up almost a 7x. It went up almost a 10x, consolidated down to basically just over a 7x. So just in the last, how many weeks is that? So from that bottom, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 weeks to the top at almost a 10x against PulseChain. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're now in week 6 from the blow off top, but now we've landed at almost a 7x higher, and Pulse is still down there at the same price it was July 8th. That is just indicative of outperforming. It has to be indicative of the mechanics, the buy and burns, new users coming in, tokens being removed off the market. The interesting thing is, if this really is the new floor or the new kind of consolidation accumulation phase, what's going to be the next level? Because the blow off top was at 63 million. The last time we started, I think it was at like, what was it even at? I think it was at 5 million.
Yeah, one thing really interesting about what you're saying, if you're looking that up right now, is you can even take this, like you took it probably 2 months back or whatever, but you can even take this like 8 months back to, I think it was around January, where PulseChain was at these prices, right? We were at these prices like in January. I forget where PTGC was at. It's probably 50x lower or maybe more.
1.1 million to 800K market cap.
Yeah, like a 1 million market cap. So what is that? 40x. So like 40x or even lower. Like we've seen, like it's kind of like at a certain point you're like, okay, I've seen this show before, right? This isn't my first rodeo. I know what happens next. And the one interesting thing about this next episode or this next show is we are getting to the point where PulseChain is supposed to start popping soon, and not like a 4 or 5x pop. Like it, in my opinion, needs to pop soon. That's just my opinion, not a guarantee of any kind. But we're getting there in the market cycle.
Yeah, and when you look at this cryptocurrency, it's just becoming very interesting because it is finding a higher high and a higher price floor after every up cycle. The only thing that can really, in my opinion, stop this, the chart from looking the way that it looks is if somebody decides, okay, give me 50 grand or whatever like that, right? Which you've seen people do, and it just eats that up. Everything gets rebalanced again, and it just starts from that new spot, right? But as the price goes up, it just seems like the system is getting stronger, right? It's very unique in that sense. As the price goes up, the liquidity pools and the value of the liquidity pools are going up. And the amount of revenue that the system generates is going up, which snowballs because that revenue then goes right back into the buy and burns and the LP ads and distributing yield. And it's just, you just get a sense of where in the hell is this thing going to go? Because there's not a case study for it. There's not been something ever created on a blockchain like it, And when when PulseChain does revalue or finds a new all-time high and then, you know, comes back down to a new price floor itself, you know, that's going to be where the conversation on this specific protocol becomes very interesting to a lot of people, in my opinion. When PulseChain does its first real move from here and then settles wherever it settles, and then we're watching PTGC where it's settled, there's going to be a lot more people in these spaces at that time, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people on PulseChain are watching PTGC now a year later saying, my God, this thing's at a $45 million market cap. PulseChain hasn't even moved yet. It's looking as solid as a rock. The holders are pretty OG, obviously, like from the small ones up to the big ones. I mean, obviously there's, you know, and it's interesting too, because I was talking to a gentleman in the Telegram last night, just for the audience, and he was asking about that first kind of big sell down. But even when you look at the chart, right, that drawdown was because PulseChain drew down for 19 weeks. It wasn't indicative of people just selling the living daylights out of PTGC as much as it was that Richard's tickers were going down. So that's why it's really important too to look at PTGC against PulseChain. And when you pull the percentage right now, it's a 724x against PulseChain since the deployment of the contract in just over 12 months. So if you liked PulseChain, you know, it's so far, and against PulseChain, there's very few people that aren't in amazing profits. There's very few people, even against USD, that if you've been purchasing and just dollar cost averaging into PTGC, there's very few people that aren't in profits, right? It's almost, you can almost say that everyone who's ever bought PTGC is in profits. That's very strong to be able to say something like that, especially in a very unfavorable environment like PulseChain right now.
Yeah, I literally looked at the UFO versus PLS chart. I think it was a few days ago, and I didn't even realize like 2 days prior, UFO hit all-time highs against UFO or against PLS. Like you said, pretty much just saying everyone who's bought in UFO is in profits, and this happened without anyone in our community even noticing.
Yeah, it's doing it again, and it's doing it, you know, and it's, you wonder what's funny too? Here's the reality. There's a small group of people that even talk about it, because there's a large amount of people that are on PulseChain that they won't talk about anything but HEX and RH tickers, but they're have a ton of people talking about it, but it's just stealth growing in a very interesting way. And any pullback, there's a ton of people waiting to buy that thing. Any kind of a sell, any large dip, you know. So yeah, it's just I'm excited about PTGC because it actually gives me something to be excited about on PulseChain. And it's not just about PulseChain, it's just in crypto in general. It's, you know, I don't see anything as cool as it, you know, as fun to talk about as the PTGC ecosystem anywhere. Like, you know, you've got your memes, you've got your utility stuff, you know, but if you just like crypto for finance, this protocol is just freaking. It's the bee's knees, man, for entertainment.
Well, we do got the most entertaining show in the morning time for PulseChain too.
Man, you are like the shill of all shills, bro. I gotta give it to you.
Hey, I'm good at marketing. What a concept.
You're consistent, man. You're consistent. I give you that.
Hey, at least I'm consistently talking about PTGC UFO.
Absolutely. But you got to admit, Coach, there's a lot of people on PulseChain that are in these projects that just won't talk about them. And you got to think, why the hell is that?
Well, it could be cope. It could be like, oh, I didn't get in, so why do I need to talk about it? Or I understand it, but I'm going to go do my own thing. Or it's just, I don't know. You can't really control human interaction or human emotions or humans, basically. But
Well, no, it's not about control, right? It's just about, the thing is just phenomenal. It's just been it's just been the best performing asset basically on PulseChain. And it's sucking up value like crazy and literally hand delivering it to the holders like nothing I've ever seen. It's something that I would imagine people would get excited about. It's built exactly how RH taught people to build things, right? It's undergirded by the best AAA assets on the chain. It's not undergirded by shitcoins, undergirded by shitcoins, undergirded by shitcoins. It's true value there that's building underneath of it very quickly. And if PulseChain becomes successful, people in PTGC are going to get really rich.
well,
That's not me giving financial advice at all. That's just me making a personal statement just based on what's happening.
well, and then imagine my streams in a year from now. I'm not gonna promise or unpromise if I will act like RH. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, come on.
I'm just playing.
So Prairie, can you tell me? Are you still with us, Prairie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you tell me what the numbers were for? When you messaged me the other day the spreadsheet about. I think it was from 1020 to the end to the second. How many tokens were burned cumulatively by UFO and PTGC? Do you have the cumulative number on that, which was basically just like 12 days worth?
I'm trying to think where I have that. Was that in October?
Yes, that was October 20th through November 2nd.
Okay.
And you sent it to me in Telegram, and it was showing how much PTGC had burned and how much PTGC UFO had burned in that 12-day span.
Oh, I've
Up
got
to base.
yeah, I've got more data on that actually. I almost brought that up a little bit ago.
Yeah, can you give it to me from the 20th up until today? Then what
Yep.
that number is cumulative?
Yes, I can do that. From October 20th or September 20th?
10:20 to 11:04.
Okay, 10:20 to 11:04. Just one second. Cumulative PTGC burned by PTGC. I don't have the fourth. I'll get that tomorrow. But the total is 33.5 million.
And UFO, it's got to be way more than that.
It'll be about a third more. PTGC burned by UFO. 42,600,000.
So
So that's
75 million.
33,500. Yes. Yep. And what we found is that UFO is burning about 33% more PTGC than PTGC is. And that is, I only have 1 month of data on that. That was the month of October when I started tracking that. But in October, the average per day, average PTGC burned by PTGC was 2.45 million. Average PTGC burned by UFO was 3.26 million, 33.6 more, 33% more.
Okay, so that's, to pause on that, from 10/20 to 11/3, that's essentially $10,000 of PTGC bought and burned. But that also doesn't take into consideration the fact that within that, you also have the other metric of LP ads, because it's not just doing buy and burns, right?
Right.
And then you also have the metric of rewards being paid to users from those transactions, and money going to the DAO. So in 12 days, in just one of the verticals, 10 G's comes into the system. What would we say is indicative of all of the fee in 10 days? Because if that's only indicative of Zen, if you can help me out with that, there's a reason for why I'm going there. But if we're just looking at the buy and burn, that's only part of the fee over that 12-day span.
Zen, are you there?
Yeah, he's talking. Yeah.
Oh.
Zen's talking. Well, I just want to make sure, because it's look, with this little amount of volume on chain, to have 10 G's, because it's look, with this little amount of volume on chain, to have 10 G's of the token market purchased and burned, and that's just one of the verticals.
Actually, the buy and burn is only a portion of it. That's like the portion of the fee that's going to everyone no matter what. But then there's also the portion of the fee that's going to you particularly, with obviously the supply getting handed to you. But a lot of people don't realize is the only way that supply gets handed to you is by it actually getting bought out of the liquidity pools, which isn't a buy and burn because it can get sold back in, but it is a net positive that would have never been there without the system, right? That those tokens landing in your wallet, that buy would have never happened if the system wasn't created.
No, it's literally as if somebody paid, which this is actually what's happening. Someone paid, whether it was a human or an AMM bot, someone paid to buy or sell, and a portion of what they paid was redistributed to holders and the system. So it's an actual revenue generating fee that's distributed. But I'm talking about, when you're talking about over 12 days with the amount of volume on chain, and that's just one of the four verticals, $10,000 of buy and burns on PTGC. What happens when PulseChain has a 10x in volume? And for people that are listening, that means that you have you know, $30,000-$40,000 of revenue being generated and redistributed back to the holders in multiple different verticals over the course of just a matter of days on a low volume chain currently. And this never stops. So the reason why I bring up this conversation is because I do believe that it's indicative of how we're looking at that chart, and why I'm asking, do we feel like we're in a new zone like we've seen happen 4 other times? To me, I think absolutely yes. You know, unless somebody wants to capitulate out of their bags, I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, obviously, you know, the system does what the system does. There's going to be sellers, you know, that could happen today, months from now, or whatever. This happens there, but there's also could be buyers. And if you look at our chart, what does our chart tell you? Like, legitimately, the chart tells you there's been more buyers than sellers. The chart wouldn't be up and to the right if this wasn't the case, you know? So if you had to take an educated guess on the future, you would look at the past and say, well, in the past, there has been more buyers than sellers. Obviously, there has been drawdowns, and that usually either comes from the blockchain going down or sellers. But on average, it's been more buyers. And that's a combination of human buyers and just the smart contract buying more of the supply and either burning it or sending the tokens to you. You were talking about, you know, it's a transaction that's paying you. It's legitimately an outside force buying tokens, not minting them, not creating them out of thin air, literally buying tokens that are decreasing in supply with every transaction, buying them and giving them to you. So you're getting more of them while the price of those tokens are actually increasing from the purchase that bought them to give them to you. In an example, this is what happened to Michael Saylor when he was buying the top of Bitcoin. Is he was purchasing the Bitcoin and he was making his own top of Bitcoin, right? You know, that's a dramatic example, but my example is it's buying the tokens to give to you. And when it's buying the tokens to give to you, it's increasing the price of not only those tokens that they're giving to you or giving to everyone in this example, but also all the tokens you have in your wallet are increasing at the same time.
Well, right. And, you know, I made a comment in the TG. I don't know if you were talking about that or not, but somebody said that the R bots are working beautifully to our benefit, right? So just by somebody selling a heap of hex today, burned that $1 million sell-off, burned a ton of PTGC and UFO, right? And then I made a comment and it said, it's important to note that it's not just a burn, but it's a market buy and then burn. These act as new buyers that inject Pulse Hex or whatever into the pools to buy the PTGC tokens and then burn the tokens, ever adding to LP. So buy and burns are actually LP adds as well as pumping price and burning token supply at the same time. Because, you know, there's a lot of people talk about burns, and that's just indicative of tokens that they minted out of thin air being sent to a dead address. But that's not what's happening here. When you talk about buy and burns, when you talk about burns, you're talking about market buys that are just like human buys, constant market buys. The tokens are then burned, which is basically the same thing as a human buying those tokens and then never selling them forever. And because those tokens were purchased out of the pool, the pulse or the hex or the other asset was pushed into the pool, and that is indicative of more value going into the liquidity web, which in turn generates more revenue. And then more tokens are pushed into token holders' hands, which obviously, look at the chart, are pretty strong hands. So that's why it's so powerful, because it's not nothing about this system is a fugazi. Everything is indicative of the people to understand that. When you look at what's actually happening, a guy came into the TG the other day and you talk about, I lost my money here. And somebody introduced him to PTGC and he's like, man, I'm tired of trusting people. And I'm tired of I can't trust anybody. And I said, well, Richard taught people that you don't want to have to trust anybody. Not your keys, not your coins, immutable code, audited, done for you product, all that stuff. But in addition to all of that, you have to have the value there. And on top of that, it even helps if the value is unruggable and is perpetually being added to, and the token is perpetually being removed from the market. I don't know what more to say, except for this is going to be a grand experiment, and I think it's going to be the best the best crypto to watch on PulseChain, just from this interesting standpoint. I'm going to go ahead and back out for a few minutes, guys.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to be wrapping it down here pretty soon. I had a busy day at work, and we've been going for 2 hours. But I did want to chime in because what Mando was saying kind of reminded me, because he was asking me, why here, why on PulseChain, why PTGC, and what people tend to forget, and I think it's very important to, obviously give props to RH tickers. Obviously we're very, very into RH tickers. Look at our liquidity web. We have pretty much the biggest liquidity with RH tickers besides himself, right? So, we are maxis of our age, but we have to remind ourselves this is a blockchain. You do build on this, and if I decided not to build PTGC, what other things on this chain have been decent? There has been other ones. I'm not saying there isn't decent things, but why, if I feel like I have the knowledge, obviously my knowledge is from RH himself, and I have the ability to implement my knowledge into code to actually deliver an amazing product to get the speculators who don't only want to get into RH tickers, that do want to speculate on some of these projects on this blockchain, into extreme gains via code, trustless systems. I just find it's really important to create a scenario where the believers in a lot of the RH teachings, if you study this protocol, you can actually find that I've obsessed over the guy way too much, and I've implemented so much of his teachings into this protocol. And you can get it at micro cap prices. The same exact stuff that he's implemented into his projects are implemented here. And if you're paying attention, you can actually get this stuff at extremely cheap prices. As far as market cap, obviously market cap can be manipulated and it's not real with all scenarios. But I just mean there's still barely any people in this pool. This cup is so small and so easy to fill compared to some of these larger projects, like RH's projects. There's a lot more people in them, hence this is a lot smaller cup. It's way easier to do X's. The community is strong. They all have good intentions in mind, or maybe not all of them, but, a lot of the people here actually care about each other. We've been working with each other for a year now, and we're just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And we care about everyone's families and winning together as a whole. For me, I wasn't finding any place like that in crypto personally. RH is, ecosystem was pretty much one of the best I found as far as a community, as like people that actually cared about each other in the community, and it was nice to see. So, you know, for PTGC to be here on PulseChain, in my opinion, just makes sense. And I think it's an amazing project that people are starting to notice.
I think it's
Yeah,
been
is
a
there
good.
an,
Go ahead,
go ahead,
Mando.
no, go ahead.
I was going to say it's been a good space. I think we're probably on a good stopping point, unless you have something quick, Mando.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, you know, it's always good at this point to, you know, these spaces are for people that are new or have questions or comments. I see some kind of new faces in here. We do like conversation and dialogue with crypto people.
Yep.
Does anybody have any hands up, or is everybody just chiming in just to listen?
There is no hands up right now, Mando.
Okay.
Everyone's
Okay.
just looking to listen.
Awesome. Well, hey, man, thank you so much for hosting this space tonight, Prairie and Zen and Coach and Goo God and Aliens, everybody in here. We appreciate the support. I think that PTGC's ecosystem is absolutely phenomenal. And I think that as we keep moving forward, more and more people are going to see the integrity of it, of what's been built, of what's being constantly given back to the holders in a way that's pretty much unlike anything in all of crypto. So it's a privilege to be part of something like this on Richard Hart's blockchain, which I love personally. And I'm so glad that the case looked like it started to go in a good direction the other day for Richard. But it's very exciting times. I think we're right on the cusp of potentially something awesome in this bull run. But guys, if you can help support in any way, whatever is comfortable for you, whatever you feel in your spirit, you know, PTGC, whatever you think it deserves from your energy, we'd appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to take off. But thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, Mando. Well, TGC, Coach, Mando, have a good night. I suppose you're going to shut the space down, Zen?
Yeah, I'm going to shut it down. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone showing up. Coach, thank you for showing up. Anna, thank you. Everyone in the chat just listening in, I really appreciate you guys just listening at least, even if you have no questions or any input. Just you being here means a lot.
It does.
If you do have questions about the protocol and just don't like coming up on spaces, feel free to go into the TG. You can type those questions out, or if it needs a little bit more dialogue, we could always open the VC. Maybe not tonight, but you know, tomorrow or whatever. If it's more specific questions, just go in there, ask your questions. We're here to educate. That's why we hold these spaces, and you know, I'm just super thankful that you guys are all listening in, and also thankful that I have Mando, Coach, and Banana coming up here to conversate and educate with me. It just means a lot.
It's our pleasure. Yep. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. Should be a fun one. We'll see you all Saturday. I like that much better. And then you don't have to just keep it simple, right? I like that.